Good morning, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Wednesday, the 22nd of December, 2021, we are delighted to welcome all of the guests to the first ITB Graduate School Conference 2021. The postgraduate education in ITB is a locomotive for achieving academic excellence through research, innovation, and scientific publications. i-GSC was initiated to promote scientific publication of the thesis and dissertation for ITB graduate students.
Chair of Institute for Research and Community Science, honorable lecturers, all including international students from Morocco, from Portugal and Spain, come to the first ITB Graduate School Conference, Ganesa Campus, Benue City, West Java. Allow me to deliver a short report. Good start for us, for all of us, in order to strengthen the research and innovations, especially based on or through the postgraduate studies. As chairperson of the organizing committee, I sincerely thanks and highly appreciate all parties that have make this happen. Especially for the organizing committee from graduate school, SPS, and from LPPM, as well as students, and also the faculty members from the school and faculty in ITB that have been willing to spend time as chairpersons in this i-GSC, as well as to Professor Matsura, Dr. Hidayat, and Dr. Cahyono as keynote speakers. Good luck for all us, and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have an opening remark and to officially open the i-GSC, the Dean of ITB School of Graduate Studies, Professor Dr. Supriyadi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Indonesian time, and good day after several hours different between Indonesia and other country. Actually, I want to thank you very much for the keynote speaker, Matsura Sensei from the Osaka University, Taufik Hidayat from ITB, and Professor Benny from Contemporary. We want to thank you very much for your time and your shared knowledge and about new information in your field with our student and our attendee in this conference. Thank you again for the attendee from the Morocco, Spain, and Portugal. We join with us in the first Graduate School Conference of ITB in 2021. And everybody who will present the oral presentation and the poster. Hopefully you can enjoy this conference, and with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open this conference formally. And, this conference is a collaboration between the Graduate School of ITB and LPPM, the Research and Community Development of ITB. Hopefully this will continue in the next year, and enjoy the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Supriyadi, Dean of Graduate School of ITB. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a photo session. Would you please open your camera, because we are going to wait for 1 minute. And okay, I will wait for 1 minute. Please open your camera. Okay, we will wait. Okay, we will wait for 1 more minute. Okay, I see some smiley faces. Yeah, we're going to have fun today, a lot of fun. So, okay. Wow, Brenda, are you still on the way? Be careful, right? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, on my mark. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next page. 1, 2, 3. The next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good luck, everybody.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, we will have the first keynote speech from Professor Yoshiharu Matsura, DVM PhD from Osaka University, Japan. The chair for this session is Alfredo Kono, PhD.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alfredo. I'm a research faculty at Biochemistry Research Group and also Bioscience and Biotechnology Research Center at ITB. And this morning, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker in this conference, Professor Yoshiharu Matsura. Good morning, Professor.
Morning.
Okay, so Professor Matsura received his PhD from Hokkaido University, and he was a postdoctoral fellow at the NERC Institute of Virology, Oxford University. He also worked at the National Institute of Infectious Diseases as a head of laboratory of hepatitis viruses in the virology department. In 2000, he was appointed as a professor at the Research Institute for Microbial Diseases, Osaka University. And from 2015 and 2019, Professor Matsura served as the director of the Research Institute for Microbial Diseases, Osaka University. So Professor Matsura is a world expert in virology, and he published so many papers in prominent journals such as Nature and also Cell. And one of his recent publications is about establishment of a reverse genetic systems for SARS-CoV-2 using circular polymerase extension reaction that was published in Cell Reports in 2021. And this morning, Professor Matsuura will give a talk about basic science discovery for pandemic preparedness. Professor Matsuura, we would like to hear your talk. So please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. So I'm very happy to have a chance to talk in this prestigious symposium. So I will. Okay. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay.
So today I'm going to talk about the molecular biology of SARS-CoV-2 and the vaccine development. So human history was a battle against infectious diseases. So you can see the cane here. So probably this man was infected with polioviruses. And this is a very famous Ramsey 5 Murray. So he can see a lot of dot here. He was dead by the smallpox infection. So this is the pandemic in our history. So upper side is the virus and lower side is the bacterial infection. So in the Roman era, Anthony Plague, probably this is measles. And the plague of Justinian, it's a pest. And in Japan, we have a pandemic of smallpox during the 700 to 35 or 2 years. And 1/3 of population was dead by the infection of smallpox. And also very famous Black Death in Europe in the pest. And also we have a smallpox outbreak in Mexico. And also Cocoriza, it's an infection of Salmonella in Mexico. And Great Plague in also pest in Britain, and yellow fever during the construction of the Panama Canal, and the cholera, and smallpox in Europe, and also typhus infection in Russia, and very famous Spanish flu during the World War I. And also Hong Kong flu, and we have AIDS pandemic in 1981, and also swine flu from 2009 to 10. So far, by the infection of measles, 200 million people dead, and also by the smallpox, 500 million people died. And from the 2019, we have a pandemic of COVID-19. So far, 5.5 million people have died. So most of the infectious diseases in human spillover infection of animal, so 60%. And also, so 70% of newly emerging infectious diseases are zoonosis, so transmit from animal to human. So conservation medicine was declared in around 2000. So human health and animal health, including a wild animal and also domestic animal. And ecosystem health. These are we called One Health. So we have to think about not only human health but also animal health and ecosystem health. So otherwise we cannot survive. So by the climate change, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, poaching and overfishing, live animal markets, and also abuse of antibiotics, these things induce the emergence of zoonosis. So this is in Tokyo, many people wearing the face mask. It's a SARS-CoV-2 infection. So far, in case of the coronavirus, we have various pathogen of coronavirus for human. So, for example, we have 4 common colds caused by coronavirus, and there are 64, and these 4 viruses probably invade into human from 800 years ago and 80 years ago. And recently, we have severe outbreak, SARS-CoV-1 in March, and from 2019, we have SARS-CoV-2. So these viruses will originate from the bat or mouse through the intermediate host. And these 4 viruses are adapted to human and induce common cold. And these viruses use, for example, SARS-CoV-2, SARS-CoV-1, and NL63 use human angiotensin converting enzyme 2, we call ACE2, as entry receptors. Other viruses use other receptors. So when we look at the SARS-CoV-2 in detail, so this is structure of the SARS-CoV-2. Viral particle has a spike and envelope, matrix, and nucleocapsid protein, and the red one is RNA. So this SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus, has a large RNA, single-strand positive sense RNA as a genome. From large RNA, one as a protein, this RNA has various open reading frame. So first, upon the infection, viral RNA directly translated into large precursor polyprotein. So 2/3 of the RNA directly translated, and 16 protein generated. And yellow one, so NSP3, and blue one, NSP5, is polymerase. So NS3 cleave this site, NSP5 cleave this region. And then, so from the NSP7 through NSP16, these are the most encode enzyme required for the replication, especially NSP12 showing green is RNA-dependent RNA polymerase here. And these viral protein also recruiting various host protein, making a large replication complex. This, by using these replication complex, the 1/3 of the viral genome transcribed into the subgenomic messenger RNA. So spike protein, envelope protein, matrix protein, nucleocapsid protein, and blue one is accessory proteins, not required for the replication, but most of them are incorporated into the viral particle. So very important thing is protein is a spike protein. So viral, so SARS-CoV-2 RNA is a positive strand directly translate the non-structural protein, and by the subgenomic RNA, viral structural protein component of the viral particle are produced. So this is the spike protein. They interact with the receptor human ACE2 angiotensin converting enzyme 2. The spike protein is a trimer. So this is a receptor binding domain. It's a very important region interact with the receptors. So this is a monomer. So S protein first cleaved by furin. So it's a priming cleavage we call. And then divided into S1, S2 subunit. And then S2 region was further cleaved by template 2 or cathepsin B. This cleavage we call fusion activating cleavage. So this red one is the fusion peptide required for the infection. They play a crucial role. So after binding to the receptor, so S1 region released from the S2 region, and then template 2 or cathepsin cleaves this region and expose fusion peptide region here. And this fusion peptide, this is a viral and this is a host membrane. So these region inserted in the host membrane. And then these S2 region induce conformational change like this. And then finally, 6-hex bundle are conformed. And then they have the pore and viral RNA from inject into the human cytoplasm of the human cell. So there is a two-way for the internalization of SARS-CoV-2 in cells. Upon interaction with S2 receptor, so template 2 cleaved and fusion peptide exposed, and membrane fusion takes place directly viral membrane and plasma membrane. This is one way. The other way is after the endocytosis, the endosome, there is a cathepsin B or L exists and cleaved this region and expose fusion peptide region. Endosome and viral membrane fuse. So direct fusion with the plasma membrane and endosome, so a fusion with the endosome membrane. And then uncoating the viral RNA and replication takes place. So this is the two ways for internalize of SARS-CoV-2. So there is a many ways. So there is many vaccine for virus infection. For example, so live attenuate virus. For example, poliovirus, measles virus, and we have live attenuated vaccine. Also inactivated vaccine. For example, poliovirus and influenza virus, and so on. The other is a viral-like particle, so without no nucleic acid and nuclear capsule, that's the viral-like particle. And also protein vaccine. In case of SARS-CoV-2, it's just expressed spike protein. And the other is recombinant virus, for example, replicative viruses by using the various aberrant strain. The other is a non-regulative viral vector. In case of the adenovirus, replication incompetent adenovirus, encoding a spike protein of SARS-CoV-2. The other is a mRNA vaccine, just incorporate the messenger RNA of S protein. The other is a DNA vaccine. It's just like a plasmid encoding the cDNA of spike protein. So there is a various modality of the vaccine. So by using these methods, we can introduce protein or messenger RNA or DNA and then produce spike protein and induce an immune response. So this is the vaccine of SARS-CoV-2. So mainly mRNA vaccine and also adeno vaccine and purified protein vaccine and inactivated vaccine were used. But today I'm going to focus the mRNA vaccine because the efficacy of mRNA vaccine is very, very high. So we have two mRNA vaccine. It's a BioNTech Pfizer vaccine and Moderna vaccine. So efficacy of these vaccine is 95%, very, very high. And we can inhibit severe COVID-19. And we have to inject, in case of the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine, 2 times for 3 months interval and 2 times for 4 weeks interval, 4 weeks intervals. Anyway, so the efficacy, both of mRNA vaccine, very, very high compared to the classical vaccine. This is phase 2 data of the BioNTech vaccine. So 200 vaccine and 20,000 vaccine and 20,000 placebo. As you can see, clear reduction of the infection, the COVID. This is expanded this region, even the one shot. So you can see the protection of the COVID. So when we inject authentic mRNA into our body, so innate immune response recognize RNA and induce severe innate immune response, induce interferon, and also we suppress the translation of RNA. So most important thing, we have to inhibit to induce severe innate immune response when we use mRNA. So, I'm sorry, this is Japanese, mRNA vaccine. So Katarina Kariko, he's a scientist in Hungary. She is a person to succeed in suppressing immunogenicity of RNA by modifying the base and establish mRNA medicine. So Katarina Kariko has a patent on non-immunogenicity of mRNA by modifying the mRNA. And then she is the vice president of BioNTech. So this is origin. So she used should origin instead of origin, and also modify N1 here to methyl seed should origin like this. So origin recognized by the toll-like receptor 7 like this. But should origin and N1 methylate and M1 methylate should origin, they haven't conformation. So no more recognized by the toll-like receptor 7 like this. So by using N1 methyl should origin, we can skip. So inhibit the induction of innate immune response. So mRNA vaccine, cloning S region, this is the cDNA of spike protein, and then making RNA, mRNA, so i-GSC and methyl should origin, and then produce the mRNA of S1 protein. So all the U are replaced with M1 should origin like this. Cap and coding region and poly-A, and 5' untranslated region and 3' translated region. So after the construction of mRNA, so as I mentioned, the should origin incorporate in the coding region and also cap region, and also they optimize codon usage of this region and also modify the cap and also put a poly-A to inhibit the enzymatic degradation, and also modified 5' UTR and 3' UTR untranslated region to improve translation efficiency. And they incorporate in the lipid nanoparticle. This is mRNA vaccine. So this is the data of the Lancet lecture. You can see the YouTube here. So Uga Shashin, he is the COE in the BioNTech. He is a scientist. So the BioNTech mRNA vaccine was injected in mice, and then 6 hours post-injection. This is a muscle, it's a lymph node. So after injection into the mouse, and the muscle, but most of the mRNA accumulate in the lymph node after 6 hours post-infection, and 6 days post-injection, you can see a lot of expression of S protein in drain lymph node like this. So probably after injection of the mRNA vaccine, most of the RNA accumulate in the lymph node, and then they induce very strong immune response. That's why mRNA vaccine is so efficient compared to the classical protein vaccine or inactivated vaccine. So I want to change my talk. So we are now working on SARS-CoV-2 and hepatitis C virus and poliovirus and flaviviruses. So these are RNA viruses. So RNA virus exists as a muted genomic population we call quadrispecies. So because RNA-dependent RNA polymerase is less accurate than DNA polymerases, 100 times more inaccurate. So in case of hepatitis C, HCV has a 10,000 kilobase. So probably 1 out of 10 virus has one mutation. So HCV replicated 10 to the 9th in the patient. And so probably 10 to the 8th virus are mutant. So in this situation, so viruses, it's a recessive mutant also maintain in this population genetic complementation. So RNA virus not monoclone, a lot of the mixture also. So they change very drastically change. So mutation tolerance required to ensure the population we call error threshold. If RNA virus has too many mutations, So important information will be lost and the virus cannot survive. And if there are too few mutations, the RNA virus be eliminated by the host immunity and the drug. So the RNA viruses, they mutate to closer the mutation rate to the error threshold. The higher the fitness, so far RNA virus replicate near the threshold. So in other words, the RNA virus leaving the edge of the cliff. So when we increase the mutation rate by using a mutagen like a ribavirin is a mutagen. So RNA virus, so this is the data of the Lauro Andino in the UCSF. So poliovirus has 1.8 mutation in genome, but by using mutagen, ribavirin, to induce 2 mutation per genome. So we call this error catastrophe. So by induction of the mutation, too many mutations, so virus cannot survive. So the treatment of RNA virus, like hepatitis C virus, we use ribavirin. So due to induce error catastrophe. So in addition, when we making a more the mutant, so increase accuracy of viral polymerase. So this is a polymerase of poliovirus. This is the parental virus can kill the mouse like this, but when we induce mutation, glycine 64 to D, glycine to S. So by the substitution of this amino acid, increase accuracy of viral polymerase. So this mutant cannot kill the mice because the fidelity is very high. So lost pathogenicity to mice. So RNA virus very, very interesting. So in case of SARS-CoV-2, so you may know that this is the origin of Wuhan virus. So virus mutate, for example, spike protein 614G from D to G. This is the first mutation. Still, this mutation is conserved. And then UK variant called Alpha, South Africa variant Beta, and Brazilian mutant Gamma, and Delta variant in India, like this. Now it's a Delta variant dominant strain. And recently, from South Africa, Omicron variant appeared like this. So RNA virus are changing, mutant, continuously changing and induce mutation. So this is the world population. So Beta, Alpha, Gamma, and Delta, and Omicron like this. But when you look at South Africa, the Beta here, and most of Omicron quickly increased. This is the end of the November of this year, 1 year. So this is a spike protein here, and Delta variant like this. But Omicron has a lot of mutation like this. And compare to these spike protein, so alpha, beta, gamma, theta, so you can see that a lot of mutation. Omicron has a mutation like this. And the very important thing is against the Omicron, RNA vaccine not effect to the Omicron variant. So only 2 injection of mRNA. So Omicron, we cannot induce high neutralizing antibody against Omicron. But 2-time RNA vaccine and plus infection we can induce like this. So as I mentioned, some mutant virus appeared. So alpha, beta, gamma, mutant, and so on. So we have to establish reverse genetic system. But coronavirus, the largest RNA virus, it's very difficult to make a virus from the cDNA. So far, we have a back system and also in vitro ligation system. This system is very complicated and required mastery. So we use the reverse genetic system called circular polymerase extension reaction system for the flavivirus and also hepatitis C virus. So cDNA overlapping these RNA and then CMV promoter and then do a PCR reaction and directly this reaction transfect into the cell, we can recover virus. By using these circular polymerase extension reaction, we establish the reverse genetic system called SARS-CoV-2. So we generate 9 cDNA overlapping covering the 30,000 coronavirus cDNA, and then include CMV promoter and do a PCR reaction. But this reaction is compared to the ordinary reaction time, very long, 25 minutes like this, and 20 times. And then we can generate a virus. So by using this CPAR method, we try to produce mouse-adapted virus because SARS-CoV-2 infects human and chimp, hamster, and transgenic mice expressing human receptors, but not ordinary mouse. So, as I mentioned, the SARS-CoV-2 interact ACE2, human ACE2, but not mouse ACE2. But the mutation, so the Ralph Barrick's group in US established mouse-adapted virus by passage 10 times in mice. And then they reported these mutations introduced, and we introduced 3 mutations in the spike region, and then making a virus by CPAR method. And then we infect the mice. This is the body weight change, and this is a survival rate. So as you can see, 10 to the 2.5 TCR50 of mouse-adapted virus killed that half of the mouse. Mouse registered dose 50 is around 300 particles, like this. So by using mouse-adapted virus, we generate viral-like particle by recombinant baculovirus and 293 human cells, and produce VLP and immunize mice with adjuvant, arm oil saponin, and then challenge the mouse-adapted virus. And as you can see, and this is antibody response first time and second time injection. And this is weight loss. And this is the viral titer in the lung. As you can see, by the immunization of oil, saponin, and adjuvant, we can block the replication of SARS-CoV-2 in mouse lung. And this is the survival rate of vaccine. By using VLP, alarm oil saponin adjuvant, we can completely block the death by the challenge. So probably, these VLP can protect mice. This is a VLP generated by the Wuhan strain, but this VLP can protect the challenge of mouse-adapted viruses. So it's a time up. So we have to, sorry. So this work was done by Chikako and Shiho and Itsuki Takasuke in our institute. These are finding agency. And we have a lot of students from the ITB and Indonesian University and Airlangga University. I'm very happy more students interested in our institute. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry to be delayed.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsura, for a very interesting talk. And I think now I know why RNA vaccine can induce like strong response antibody. I have better understanding of that. So before we close this session, there is one question from the audience. The question comes from Anjar Hermadi Saputro. Anjar is a doctoral student at the School of Pharmacy, ITB. And his question, he said that SARS-CoV-2 and hepatitis virus they are both RNA virus and they can mutate rapidly. But why there are vaccines for SARS-CoV-2, but there is no vaccine available for hepatitis C? So his question is, what is the biggest challenge for discovering vaccine for hepatitis C?
Okay, so we are working for more than 30 years for hepatitis C virus. So SARS-CoV-2 or SARS has acute infection. But in case of hepatitis C virus, it's a chronic infection like HIV. So the vaccine for chronic infection, the persistent infection, is very difficult compared to the acute infection because we want to develop vaccine for hepatitis C or HIV or hepatitis B virus. We have hepatitis B, but it's very difficult to produce the chronic infection of RNA virus compared to the acute infection of RNA virus. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have another question, Professor Matsura. What's your thought on a pan-coronavirus vaccine? Do you think it is something that will help us in the future to, accommodate all these different kind of mutants?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to pan-coronavirus vaccine. Probably pan-coronavirus antivirus might be possible. For example, to target to the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase and other protease. Might be in case of hepatitis C virus, we could develop very potent antivirals, and we can eliminate hepatitis C virus by using direct acting antivirals we call DAA. So I think best way, it's very difficult to protect the infection, but we can eradicate upon post-infection by using antivirals.
Okay. There is another question here from Dr. L. Malki. The question is there any issues if you use multiple type of vaccines? Maybe if you mix RNA vaccine with let's say adenovirus vaccine, what do you think of that?
Yeah, so efficacy of mRNA vaccine is very, very high compared to the classical vaccine. But adverse effect due to the lipid nanoparticle is very severe. So we have to think about combination of the mRNA vaccine and the protein vaccine and also adeno vaccine. So, but it's very difficult to. So in this situation, our government decided to use mRNA vaccine as a third injection.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
Professor Matsuro, for your talk. I think we learned a lot from this lecture. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to return this time to the MC, and thank you very much for your attention. Good morning.
Researcher in the Department of Metallurgical Engineering, and before that, he has a long experience. One of them is the honorary research fellow in the University of Queensland. Dr. Taufik Hidayat obtained a lot of recognition and award from Indonesia and also international. This year, he obtained the award in the field of physics from ITB. And from the
can everyone hear me, Mr. Moderator?
for the next keynote speakers, he is Dr. Taufik Hidayat. He obtained his bachelor degree from ITB in 2005, and then after that he continued his study for master and also from doctoral study in 2008 and in 2013 in the University of Queensland. Currently, he is a lecturer, also a researcher in the Department of Metallurgical Engineering, ITB, and before that, he has a long experience. One of them is he was honorary research fellow in the University of Queensland, and he received a lot of recognition and also awards from national and also international. And this year, from ITB he received awards in the field of research, and before that he obtained the award from the International Society, like from Mineral, Metal, and Material Society for Extraction and Processing Division Science Award. And before that, he also obtained award from the Australian company, Zenifax Prize in 2000 and also in 2013. And he published a lot of outstanding scientific publications, and in 2020 and in 2021, he has 17 publications. And the recent publication is about the distribution of arsenic, lead, tin, and zinc as mineral element between slag and copper. And actually, Dr. Taufik Hidayat, he is expert in thermodynamics for metal and slag equilibrium. And today, we will listen very nice topic from him, which is the integration of material characterization, plan trial, and thermodynamic simulation for improvement of metallurgical plant operation. Please, the floor is yours, Dr. Hidayat.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Imam Santoso, for the introduction. And thank you to the organizer for giving me opportunity to give presentation in this prestigious event. I'm also very honored to be able to present in this event together with world-class experts such as Professor Yoshiharu Matsura. He gave very interesting topics. And today, my talk will be about something related with metallurgical industry, which is about integration of material characterization, plant trial, and thermodynamic simulation for the improvement of metallurgical plant operation. So this is our recent research in collaboration with industry. So from ITB, myself, and also Dr. Imam Santoso, and also there are other contributors from ITB. And from the industry, we collaborate with Logam Mulia PT Antam Tbk, which is one of the gold producer or refinery in Indonesia. We are very lucky to be able to do this research collaboration with Mr. Andik Yudiarto, which is the Vice President of Operation at Logam Mulia, and Mr. Riksa, which is one of the engineer, and also other collaborators from the industry. So let me directly go into the today's topic. So first, would like to give you some introduction about metallurgical plant operation. So the metallurgical plant operation is a quite complex operation because usually it's not a homogeneous reaction. In here, it involves multi-components and multi-phase reaction. So it's a heterogeneous reaction. And to be able to make improvement in this type of plant operation, we need to have in-depth knowledge, not only on the physical chemistry, but we also need to understand its thermodynamic and kinetic process. Well, if we analyze the plant data, usually it's difficult to interpret because usually plant data is not complete, and sometimes it's partial and it's quite complex. So therefore, sometimes we need to do investigation very carefully using different approaches. So one of the approach that we usually do is to do experiment in lab scale, for example, or we can also do experiment in plant in the form of plant trials. But this experiment is not sufficient, so we also need to do characterization on all the materials involved in the reaction. So we need to characterize the inputs and also the outputs to understand what goes inside into the reactor and what goes outside from the reactor. But most of the time, the plant trial is quite expensive. So it's always nice to have something else which is quick and also relatively cheap. For example, we can do simulation in the computer using some thermodynamic simulation software or using flow seating software. But doing the simulation also need confirmation from plant data. So what we can do usually is to combine all of these approaches, combining the material characterization, plant trial, and also thermodynamic simulation. So in today's presentation, I would like to give just an example of this approach for gold chlorination process. This is one of important refining process for gold. Just to understand what happens in this gold chlorination process, in here, we purify the gold by reacting it with chlorine. So it's the chlorine is in the form of chlorine gas. So what happens is gold will stay as gold, while other impurities such as silver, lead, iron, and zinc, and other impurities will react with chlorine gas to form chloride. This is a very common process. It's also known as Miller process. It's used in Logam Mulia, Antam, Indonesia, and also in Rand Refinery, South Africa, and some plants in United States. I'll show you the full flow sheet or part of the flow sheet where there's a chlorination. So in here we start with feed containing gold, usually above 30%. And then you also can put other material containing gold, such as anode slime. And what we first try to do in here is to melt them. And then once it melts, then we can start the chlorination process where the melt blown by the flow of gas chlorine. The impurities will go to chloride, and then we will have product which is high with gold. In this process, there's also some fume formation. This is not the final refining process. After that, there will be electro-refining process, which will produce gold with higher purity, almost like 4.9. So how come gold can be purified with this process? The reason is simple, because gold has low affinity to chlorine at high temperature, while other impurities has higher affinity or reactivity toward chlorine. So using this principle, we can purify gold. But in reality, we found in the plant that there's also some gold losses. And what we try to do in here is to understand where the gold loss and what condition that trigger this gold loss. And also we want to understand the quantity, how much gold can lose from the product. It maybe goes to chloride or it maybe goes to fume. Right now, at that moment, we are not sure. So in this research, we try to see it from not only actual data, but also from theoretical approach. So the methodology basically is a combination of plant trials. So we perform experiment in the plant directly using industrial scale furnace. And then we collect all the inputs and outputs from the process, and then we characterize all of the materials. And using all of this data, we then develop a model, thermodynamic model, to be able to perform simulation. In here, we use FactSage software. And then with this FactSage software, when you bought it, usually you don't have all the database. So basically what we have to do in here is to collect all the required data, and then we build our own model. Yeah. So the good thing with doing computational simulation is that once you have a good model, you can use it to predict all the the process performance in any condition, unlike the experiment that will require some costs. With this thermodynamic simulation, it will be relatively cheaper. Okay, let's now see the plant trials. The plant trials was done at Logam Mulia PT Antam Tbk. So the amount of feed or charge which contain dore bullion and other mixture is around 100 to 200 kilogram. We use induction furnace. So this is the actual process. We use induction furnace, and usually with the precious metal, this is the industrial scale. So it's not in a scale of tons, but it's in scale of a few hundred kilogram, because it's precious metal, and yeah, usually this is the industrial scale that in the plant, the amount that they process in the plant is actually only few hundred kilogram. So first we melt the gold containing material around like half hour or more, and then after that we flow chlorine gas for 1 until 3.5 hours. And then during the chlorination, what will happen is that all of the feed that already melted will react with chlorine, especially the impurities, leaving behind gold anode, which is a metal rich with gold. All the impurities will go to the chloride, and some will volatile as a gas. So in here, during the experiment, some sample were collected by performing skimming, which is taking the top part of the chloride and also taking some sample of gold inside the crucible. So this is like a batch experiment. So once you finish, then you take all the sample, and then you start with a new batch, and then you keep doing this. And then what we did around 10 plant trials in the Logam Mulia. And if you notice that the gold price right now is around 1,800 USD per ounce. So if we use 200 kilogram and assuming that there's 50% gold inside this charge, then for one experiment, you have to spend around 6 million USD. So it's a big, quite a huge money. Yeah. So we cannot do this in the laboratory. So what we can do is, while they doing production, then in the same time we can do sampling and experimenting inside the plant. So next, after or during the plant trials, we collected materials from the process. Usually, the company only collect the inputs, and the outputs that they collect is only gold anode, and they only perform bulk chemical analysis. So usually, their concern is only gold in the initial. Sorry, this is gold in the initial. The description is wrong. So this is a gold, initial gold, and then this is a final gold. So in this work, we try to go more detailed. So we asked the company to also collect the chloride and dust, because we need to understand where the gold disappear. And also we not only performing bulk chemical analysis of this material, but we also analyze using scanning electron microscope and using energy dispersive spectroscopy to understand not only the microstructure, but also how the elements distribute inside these phases. So I would like to show you some example of material characterization, particularly for the chloride and dust. So initially we thought that the chloride mainly comprised of impurities such as silver, iron, zinc, and copper and other metals outside gold in the form of chloride. But when we analyze this material, we found that inside the chloride, there's some entrained gold, physically entrained gold, which contain a high concentration of gold. So if you imagine during the process when we blow the chlorine gas, it's a quite agitative process. There's always like chances that some small droplet of gold getting mixed with the top layer of the chloride, and in the end it may be entrained and cannot settle back into the lower position and go back to the molten metal layer. So this was not realized before, but after we do material characterization, then we got this new finding and understanding that gold can be trapped inside the chloride phase in the form of metallic gold. And if you see here, gold is not only in this physical form, but also can be dissolved within the chloride as a gold chloride. And although the signal is very small, but we believe that there are two kinds of gold, which is this physically entrained gold, and chemically dissolved gold. Other signal, you can see that the chloride phase contain silver, it contain chloride, iron, and other impurities. We also try to do the same analysis on the dust. So this is the dust. This is the macro appearance of the dust. And then this is the secondary electron image of the dust. We try to perform EDS as well, energy dispersive spectroscopy. And we can find that gold are distributed evenly in the dust. So now we understand that gold can disappear or gold loss is related to gold that physically entrained inside the chloride, and gold that chemically dissolve inside the chloride, and also gold that volatilize during the process. So now we have the all this data. What we try to do is to try to make a thermodynamic model, so later we can use it to predict process at any condition. Using the data, we confirm our model to be sure that our model is accurate or not. So in here, first we need to understand that the gold refining chlorination process involves various phases, as we see in the first few slides. It contains molten metal, molten chloride, and gas. We can predict which phase is stable if we looking at the thermodynamic aspect. For example, we can understand whether silver will be in the form of metal or in the form of chloride at particular temperature and pressure. Also gold and gold chloride, and copper chloride, we can see at what temperature this species will be stable. Is it in the form of metal or is it in the form of chloride? Because we have the Gibbs free energy data for all of this reaction. And when you see that for the all of the chlorination reaction from iron to iron chloride, zinc to zinc chloride, until silver to silver chloride, if we calculate the Gibbs free energy reaction at 1150, where the process takes place, all give us a negative number, which means that the process for this chlorination are spontaneous. Only gold that have a positive Gibbs free energy reaction. So, but from here, we can only get idea of which reaction taking place and which reaction that not take place. Unfortunately, this is not sufficient because this is only a reaction between pure components. What we need is a reaction that involves solutions, because in reality, molten metal is not only gold, not only silver, but it's a combination of all elements which dissolve between each other and have a wide range of composition. The same with molten chloride. It's not a pure component, it's a solution. You can have silver chloride, copper chloride, iron chloride at any composition and still have one phase. Yeah. And the same with gas. So therefore, we need thermodynamic model that can represent all of this solution. For the gas, we can assume it's an ideal solution, but for the chloride and metal, they are non-ideal solution. Let me explain to you what is ideal and non-ideal solution. So ideal solution is where you have activity of the component proportional to the composition of the component. While the non-ideal one, it will not be proportional. It can deviate positively or it can deviate negatively. It depends on the interaction between atoms within the solution. If the atom have a very strong bonding between each other, for example, A and B have strong interaction that they, you can say, like each other, then you will have negative deviation. But if they tend to pushing each other, then you will have a positive deviation. So to be able to model this ideal and non-ideal solution, we need a model. The model is actually only a mathematical expression representing Gibbs energy. So the model is basically a mathematical expression of Gibbs energy as a function of temperature, pressure, and composition. So if it's ideal, it will be the activity will be proportional to the mole fraction. But if it's not ideal, then it will not be proportional, as you can see from the graph that I discussed before. There are different models that you can use to represent the Gibbs energy for a non-ideal solution. There are substitutional solution for metal, quasi-chemical formalism for slag and chloride. You can also have compound energy formalism for solids and also other models. I will not go into each model because we have limited data. What I'm going to show is where we got the data, from which reference, and then if we introduce new parameter, then what's the reason behind it? I will more explaining about that. So first, let's start with the gas, because in this reaction we involve gas, chloride, and metal. So let's start with the gas. So the gas can be considered as ideal solution. The activity will be proportional to its mole fraction. So this is quite a simple model. What you need to do in here is to collect all the gas species data. So we collect all the gas species data from a famous reference from Barin, 1977. And for some data that are not available from literature, then we try to find it from software. These are data the new data that we incorporated into the software, into the FactSage. There are already data included in the FactSage for other components, but all of these data were not available, and then we collect them and then include them into the FactSage. Yeah. So you can see here that gold chloride or gold gas has many different species, and it's one of them like responsible for the gold loss into the gas phase. So that's for the gas phase, and then this one is for the molten metal. As I mentioned, substitutional solution model can be used to model the molten metal. This is the form of the equation for the Gibbs energy solution if we're using substitutional solution model. So basically the first two term is for the pure component. The middle one is the entropy configuration when you're mixing these two components. And then the rest is the excess parameter expressed using Redlich-Kister. So I would like to show you an example for one of the subsystem, for example, for silver and gold in molten metal, how we model their interaction. We found that it has been studied before by Hassam in 1990. And then we can find the excess parameter for gold and silver for the liquid phase and also for the solid phase. So this kind of data that we have to find, and if we don't find it, then we have to optimize by ourselves using thermodynamic data. The thermodynamic data can be in the form of phase diagram, gold and silver. You see here we have mole fraction in the x-axis and then temperature in the y-axis. So this kind of phase diagram can be used for us to try to get the excess parameter for the phase. You can also try to get the excess parameter by collecting data of, for example, heat of mixing between component and also activity of one component inside a solid solution or a liquid solution. So you can either have phase diagram data and enthalpy data or activity data or other data that related to thermodynamic data. So if you already have the excess parameter, then you can directly use it, but you still need to confirm it whether the model will produce the same trend as the measurement. But if you don't have this excess parameter, then you need to find this data and then try to do parameter fitting so you can reproduce all of this experimental data. So as you see that we not only dealing with these two components, actually in this process we have gold, silver, iron, copper, zinc, lead, and many other components. So we actually have to model all of the possible combination. But during this research, it's not possible to do that. It's not possible to look at all different combination. So what we consider is only all the excess parameter that are available from previous study. So this is for the molten metal, and then next is for the molten chloride. So for the molten chloride, we need to use a quasi-chemical model. This is more complex than substitutional model. And for this one, because we have limited data for silver chloride and interaction with other components, we assume this is as a ideal solution. But still using quasi-chemical model. But what it means with ideal solution, we just assign that there's no interaction between silver chloride with gold chloride or silver chloride with iron chloride. So we just put zero excess parameter. But for gold, because from the plant sample characterization, we found there's a possibility that gold can dissolve inside the chloride. So we introduce some excess parameter to describe the chemical dissolution of gold inside the chloride phase. So this is the one that we introduced in this work. While for the other, we use thermodynamic data that already available from previous studies by Vitala from Finland in 2019. Again, after we build the model, we have to cross-check the model, whether the model can, can reproduce the experimental data, such as phase diagram, enthalpy data, and also activity data. So that's how we build the model. Once we have the model, we can perform different calculation. For example, this is a simulation that we did using the model. We have feed with gold containing 59.3% and silver 37.9%. There's also copper, iron, and other impurities. We did the calculation at 1150 degrees Celsius. And then we try to see how the chlorine gas influence the silver reaction with chlorine and how it affects the composition of gold inside the gold anode. What you can see in here that when we react the metal with chlorine, gold will increase. The composition of gold will increase, while silver will decrease because silver react with chlorine gas forming silver chloride. We can also see the effect on the other components such as copper, lead, and selenium. Copper and lead tend to react with chlorine gas, but other noble metals such as gold, platinum, palladium, they tend to stay inside the gold anode. You can also see zinc and nickel, and also you can see how iron, chromium, and cobalt react with chloride from this simulation. So the main thing here that with this model, we can predict the composition changes during the process, and we can later change the temperature, we can change the chlorine input and other parameters. Also, we can change the feed composition to understand like how much chlorine we need for the reaction, what is the optimum temperature, what is the optimum feed composition, for example. So of course, model is just a model without cross-checking with the actual data. So what we did is we cross-check our data with plant trial. This is showing the gold in the molten metal compared between plant trial and thermodynamic model. We have actually 10 set of data, but for this presentation, I only show you one of them. And also this one is gold in chloride. So the plant trial is the one with the red line, and the model is the one with the dotted line. And this is shown as a function of time. So you can see in here that there's a difference between the plant trial and the model. We believe the difference is because of the because of the physically entrained metal inside the chloride phase. So this is an example how we reconcile the model with the experimental data or the plant trials. In the end, what we can do is to do, once the model is accurate, we can perform calculation like this. For example, this is showing you the activity of chlorine gas and how it affects the gold partitioning and concentration of gold in metal. So gold partitioning is the percentage of gold that goes to gas, chloride, or metal relative to the gold in the input. So if you see when the chloride activity is not too high, all the gold stays in the metal. But once you pass some point, then gold start to react with chloride, and then it start to form gold chloride and chemically dissolve inside the chloride phase. And then if you keep pushing the activity of chlorine to a very high number, then you start to have gold volatility into the gas phase. So these two are the factor that govern the gold loss. And there's also one thing that we cannot model using thermodynamic model, which is the physically entrained gold, because this is more of a physical process. But we can understand how the typical loss by this physical entrainment by performing plant sample characterization like from time to time. Okay, so I think this is after this there will be one final slide, but from here we can see that it's possible to predict the condition and the quantities of gold losses during this chlorination process, and then we get a proof that gold can be lost to chloride and fume, although like if we see the gold should be have low affinity to the chlorine, but in thermodynamically perspective, it's still possible to have it lost when you reach a certain condition. So in conclusion, based on plant trial and material characterization, there's evidence that gold can be lost into chloride and gas or dust. And we found that gold present in the chloride as a chemically dissolved gold, and most of the time is also physically entrained gold metal inside the chloride. But for the dust, we found that from the EDS measurement, the gold was distributed evenly in the dust. And we've developed thermodynamic model for the gold chlorination process. We can predict using the model. Of course, the model can still be improved, but at least with this model, we can estimate quickly what will happen if we have a certain condition. Because if we perform experiment, for example, in the plant trial, it very costly. It can reach up to $6 million USD for every time of a plant trial. The result obtained from this study can then be used to improve the standard operating procedure of the chlorination process at the precious metal factory. For example, one of the findings is that if you try to push the gold concentration to a very high number, for example, above 95% gold in gold anode, then you start to have gold reacting with chloride. So we discuss with the people from the plant, and then we suggest that maybe during chlorination they should target not too high gold in the during the chlorination process, and then later the gold after chlorination process can be further refined in the electro refining process. I think that's conclude my presentation. Thank Logam Mulia PT Antam Tbk who make this research possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taufik, and let's move to the questions. And we got a question from Ibu Lely. He is from Environment Department, I think from ITB, and her question is, beside the optimizing the process, could the model also be considered to optimizing the waste? Maybe if we see the environmental system, we have like combustion. That's true, Buleli. And in combustion, you can combust waste and produce some toxic gas, which is dangerous for environment, and also you have ash in the bottom of the reactor. Maybe Dr. Taufik can answer that. Please, Dr. Taufik.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Lely, for the question. With this model, of course, we can predict the quantity of the waste thermodynamically. So we can do calculation with like varying condition. With many different kind of possible condition, we can perform the simulation, and then we later found which condition that produce optimal waste quantity, for example, or like less amount of waste. Of course, we can perform such thing, but for this one, we actually do not have waste that will be disposed into the environment, because the chloride itself, it still contains some precious metals such as silver. So usually in the plant, they recycle this to extract the silver and also the precious group metal from the chloride. But for the dust, it's hard to recover the gold. So what we try to do is try to minimize the formation of this dust. So yes, it's possible, of course, to optimize the waste, but but sometimes we cannot only do modeling. We also need to confirm it with experimentation. I hope that answered the question.
And third question is continue. How do you see the precious metal recycle and recovery in Indonesia?
Okay. Yeah. I think I have only small knowledge on this one, but what from my understanding that one of the significant resources for the gold recycling is the e-waste. So I think what we need to understand is how can we try to collect all the e-waste, because if you have gold, apart from using it for the jewelry, another application is in the electronics. So I think with the jewelry, it's almost like it's feasible, so people will not what do you call it, throw it in the garbage or do like other thing. It's usually quite someone will use it, for example. Yeah, it will not goes into the waste. But the one that we should look at is other non-feasible gold containing material such as e-waste. So how I see this, I think we need to build collecting and recycling facility for the e-waste. I'm not too sure how much e-waste we have in Indonesia, but in overseas, it's actually e-waste recycling is already quite established. I think that's my answer, Dr. Imam. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Taufik and participant. And I think there's enough question because we have a lot of presentation after this. And now I will give back the time to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, i-GSC had gladly received 116 applicants, in which 48 oral presentations and 40 other poster presentations acceptance are announced. There are 10 journal publishers that have agreed to work hand in hand with i-GSC. Selected papers will be reviewed before publishing process, as well as published in the conference proceedings. We will now continue with 6 oral presentations with topics and schedules as shown on your screen. Each session has 8 different presenters. Please join the meeting room of your choice through the links provided. The best poster will partly be chosen by the most liked post on our website, prima.itb.ac.id. When the oral presentations end, we shall gather in this main hall for the awards announcement, our third keynote speech, and discussion wrap up. Thank you and have a fruitful conference time ahead. Iya, sudah Pak. Sudah untuk Bapak.
Saya tadi masih di kemarin, jadi nggak pulang dari harus olahraga. Ini sesuatu video. Akhirnya ada besok jangan ya. Mandi.
COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.234.6.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.232.687.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti. Lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
positif corona.
Pemerintah telah menetapkan COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.237.687.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
Indonesia dinyatakan positif corona.
Pemerintah telah menetapkan COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.237.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
Indonesia dinyatakan positif corona.
Pemerintah telah menetapkan sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.232.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilya dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
menetapkan COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.232.687.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
di Indonesia dinyatakan positif corona.
Pemerintah telah menetapkan COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.234.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini. Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini. Take your
Indonesia dinyatakan positif corona.
Pemerintah telah menetapkan COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.232.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
COVID-19 sebagai jenis penyakit dan faktor risiko yang menimbulkan kedaruratan kesehatan
Jumlah
masyarakat.
orang yang terpapar COVID-19 di Indonesia menembus angka 1 juta.
Terjadi rekor penambahan angka kematian COVID-19.
Secara total, kasus COVID-19 di Indonesia tercatat sebanyak 4.235.287.
Provinsi DKI Jakarta pun mengimbau warga selalu menerapkan protokol kesehatan.
Pandemi yang kian hari menjadi kekhawatiran seluruh penduduk bumi perlu kita hadapi dan perangi. Kita tidak bisa tinggal diam melihat keterpurukan dari berbagai sisi, krisis di berbagai lini. Tugas kita sebagai pengabdi negeri, sudah saatnya kita berbakti. Siapkan amunisi dari budi pekerti, lengkapi dengan doa sebagai pelindung diri. Melalui ilmu, seni, dan teknologi, bergerilyalah dalam mencari solusi dengan semangat dari hati untuk bangkit dari keterpurukan ini. Perjuangan ini belum berhenti, masih perlu kita hadapi. Demi Ibu Pertiwi, kita berjuang. Jangan lengah, tetap waspada, kita pasti menang.
Tim Satgas COVID-19 ITB bertugas untuk memantau, mengevaluasi, dan memberikan masukan pada pimpinan ITB untuk mengambil keputusan di tingkat institusi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the main hall. We hope you enjoyed the previous oral presentation session. Now, we will continue with the poster awards announcement that will be delivered by the committee members of the first ITB Graduate School Conference 2021. Please welcome Dr. Sophie Damayanti and Denny Junaidi, PhD.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Osi. So, dear participants, we already have scores for the best poster. So we have about 80 presenters, right, for the poster presentation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So before that, we will announce you the third best poster that will be delivered by Pak Denny. Silakan Pak Denny.
Congratulations for Ms. Nur Hasana, poster entitled Impact of the Catchment Area in the Other Use Area to the Sintang Flood, West Kalimantan.
So I hope we will have the name and announcement on the Zoom. For Nur Hasana, congratulations. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the poster scores are calculated based on the likes on the website and also the scores from the committee. Now we continue to the second best poster. Please, Pak Denny.
Congratulations once again to the Fadil Muhammad Akrom with poster title Vegetation Stress Analysis using Sentinel-2A image and field measurement at geothermal surveys manifestation.
Congratulations, Fadil. So I will announce the first best poster. Yeah. Okay. The first best poster is Rizky Riandini Ardiana. The effectiveness of animated learning video for preschooler, a literature review for developing the instrument of measure.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osi, please.
Thank you. So now we will continue with the oral presentation awards announcement that will be delivered by Dr. Rino Mukti and Joko Sarwono, PhD.
So now we are gonna announce the best oral presentations. So the first best oral presenters goes to Mr. Febrianto Mulyawan with the title The Impact of Startup Business Ecosystem and Life Cycle of Startup Creation Process, Case Study of Indonesian Software Technology Startup. Please, Pak Joko, announce the next best poster presenters. Oral presenter, I mean.
So, the best presenter for room number 3 is Edwin Adrian with the title of Particle in Cell Solver using least square moving particle semi-implicit method. Congratulations.
So,
The next best oral presenters will be to Maya Rosa with the title Salah Lunto Revisited, Some Notion on Urban Regeneration of Former Old Mining Town.
Next best presenter is Mr. M. Ilham Fatoni with the title of paper is Identification of High Permeability Zone in Geothermal Field based on magnetic permeability and dielectric permittivity derived from SAR polarimetric with in situ measurement.
Congratulations. Oh, the next best oral presenters goes to Naufal Riyandi with the title Design and Simulation of Archimedes Screw Turbine and Head below 1 meter.
The next one.
Last one. Yeah.
The last one. The best oral presenters goes to Miss Jennifer P. Suryajaya for online business with delivery, right process, and negative review from buyer.
Congratulations. Best oral presenters.
Yeah, congratulations for best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ini nanya. Mari dari sebelum aku tanya sama ini yang ini ada belum B ini sebelum bicara berikutnya. Benny, oh Benny, oh Benny udah, iya, Pak Benny, saya udah WA, video dulu, udah gitu tadi.
Bumi saat ini mungkin tengah bersedih. Tetapi spirit kemanusiaan ini menuntun kami untuk tidak hanya berdiam diri. Maka spirit ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi perlu dibuat lebih partisipatif serta inklusif. Agar keterlibatan kami dan masyarakat menjadi lebih terasa bagi negeri tercinta ini. Adalah tanggung jawab bersama untuk menjaga bumi pertiwi, merawat buminya agar dapat menebar berkah bagi kita yang hidup di dalamnya. Hingga menggaungkan tentang lantang nyanyian jiwa kawasan Nusantara, menegakkan kembali kekuatan komunikasi antara warga hingga bangkitnya rasa guyup dalam lingkungan masyarakat. Mengantarkan mereka pada kebutuhannya, serta mendekatkan mereka pada gerbang keberdayaan, hingga menciptakan ekonomi masyarakat yang berdaulat. Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta inovasi sudah sepatutnya menjadi alat ketahanan bangsa ini dalam menghadapi tantangan dan fenomena yang tengah merebak. Dan turut mengawal mutu pendidikan hingga ke pelosok bagi anak negeri ini secara berkelanjutan. Untuk masyarakat yang kuat, demi bangsa yang berketahanan dan tangguh. Suatu saat, buku besar negeri ini akan kembali membubuhkan spirit besar kita. Kita akan hidup bersama menemani mereka dan mulai melakukan segalanya bersama-sama mereka. Bersama masyarakat negeri tercinta ini.
Ibu semua.
Kalau yang panitia apa ada Bapak Ibu semua? Pak Yaki?
Ya Pak Dedi.
Kalau yang untuk Prof Beni di sini Pak Yaki?
Iya di ruangan ini.
Dia belum ada Pak ya?
Belum tuh, belum terlihat. Karena jam 2 ya Pak ya, mulainya ya.
Betul, 5 menit lagi saya siap-siap. Selamat siang Prof Beni.
Selamat siang Pak Dedi ya.
Saya Dedi Pak, nanti saya diminta untuk menjadi moderator Pak Beni.
Oke, silakan Pak. Mohon maaf saya terlambat. Saya salah lihat jam. Selamat pagi Pak Saki.
Selamat pagi di UK. Pak Beni, terima kasih nih kesediaannya untuk menjadi.
Sama-sama Pak, senang hati.
Pagi Prof Beni.
Selamat pagi Pak Rino.
Iya, terima kasih sudah hadir. Mohon maaf.
Sama-sama Pak, mohon maaf.
Kedingin.
Salah lihat jam.
Dingin di sana ya Pak?
Dingin Pak, masih gelap Pak.
Masih gelap lagi ya.
Saya untung sudah bangun tadi.
Di sana jam berapa Prof Beni?
Ini jam 7 Pak.
7 pagi?
Jam 7 pagi.
Aduh.
Salam kenal ini Pak Dedi, Prof
Ya,
Zaki.
salam kenal. Saya dari SBM.
Salam kenal, Prof Beni.
Terima kasih surat undangannya, Prof.
Oh iya, sama-sama kami terima kasih.
Bagaimana Pak Dedi tadi? Sorry, maaf.
Saya dari SBM beberapa kali kayaknya udah pernah mendengarkan Prof Beni, mendengar Prof Beni dari teman-teman.
Oh, turun. Senang saya bisa main-main ke ITB. Pak Dedi, SBM di keahlian apa Pak?
Kalau saya itu sebetulnya S2, S3-nya itu di bidang innovation management, Prof. Betul. Tapi waktu masuk ke SBM, saya masuk ke PKM, People and Knowledge Management.
Oke.
Nah, jadi ngajarnya knowledge management for innovation. Iya.
Iya, ada hubungannya di situ, Pak ya.
Iya. Kalau Prof ini di supply chain ya, Prof ya, banyaknya.
Saya
ya.
operations ya,
Iya,
betul.
operations.
Maksud saya manufacturing sih dulu. Yang lalu bergeser sedikit ke operation.
Sekarang masuk ke sustainability, circular economy, ya saya akan masuk.
Betul.
Jadi nanti kalau ada beberapa istilah yang salah-salah ucap, mohon maaf Prof. Ini.
Oh.
Pak Yaki, apa kita mulai sekarang Pak Yaki? Atau nunggu?
Sebentar Pak, ini.
Sebentar Pak, ini alarm saya bunyi.
Siap.
Nunggu sebentar Pak.
Siap Pak.
Alarm saya jam 7 persis. Saya kira jam 8 dan.
Prof ini kalau di Inggris itu masih tatap.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue with the third keynote speech from Professor Dr. Benny Cahyono from Coventry University, the United Kingdom, who will be speaking on reverse logistic of facades. The chair of this session is Dedi Sushandoyo, PhD.
Okay, I will start now. Okay, everyone, good afternoon, everyone here in Indonesia, and good morning for Professor Benny Cahyono in UK. Happy to meet you again before I met you virtually when SBM organized seminars, but now happy to meet Professor Benny again here. So before we start, I would like to introduce a bit about Professor Benny Cahyono. As mentioned by before, Professor Benny is a full professor in Coventry University there in UK, and he is very expert in the area of supply chains and sustainability. And also, in particular, is also very much interested in circular economy. How to connect between sustainability, in this case, it seems to me that circular economy, to his expertise, which is supply chain management. And Professor Benny has written so many incredibly papers, around almost 100. Papers in many different channels, including academic journal, conference, proceedings, book, and many others. So this is very much impressive. And today, Professor Benny is going to talk deeply about reverse logistic of facade. It seems, I tried to Google a bit, it seems this is also connected to the project, connected to Delft University and so on and so forth. So I think this will be very much interesting, especially Coventry University is responsible for supply chains and business model. I am very much interested in the business model area. So again, thank you very much, Professor Benny. I don't think I need to talk more, and we are ready to listen to your speech. Silakan, Professor Benny. Belum di-unmute, Prof.
Unmute first. I'm so sorry. Good morning, everyone, again. Thank you very much for having me today. It's my great honor and pleasure to be able to talk at these ITB Graduate School Conference at the end of 2021. When I heard about this and I was invited by Pak Rino, I was very happy because it's very timely in the sense that it's been mentioned to you before by Pak Dedi that I now have a chance to present and represent my colleagues from Europe, from this consortium, of the facade reverse logistics project. So please allow me to share my screen now. Let me just check. So, okay, so hopefully you'll be able to see one big screen. I deliberately changed the title slightly. I call this Being Fashionable Yet Sustainable, because often that people who are fashionable, they are not sustainable. But I would like to make a point here that being fashionable also can be sustainable. So the whole project that I'm going to talk about in the next probably 25 minutes or so is about reverse logistics. And reverse logistics, as mentioned by Pak Dedi early on, is part of the circular economy, a paradigm of sustainability that is currently very topical in the area of both operations and supply chain management. And unlike the generic reverse logistics or circular economy, this particular talk is going to look into the recovery of metals in the facade industry. So I'm here to represent my colleague, Professor Tilman Klein from TU Delft, Juan Azcárate Aguirre from TU Delft, also Professor Karel van Akker from Leuven, Professor Esther van der Voot from Leiden, Linda Hildebrand from Aachen, and also my colleague Julen Astudillo Laraz from Tecnalia in Bilbao. So together we are receiving this funding from EIT Raw Materials, and the project have just completed this year. We had a meeting last year, so we're quite happy that project is finally completed. Of course, within this short period of time, we won't be able to tell the whole story, the full story, but I will be picking two of the most, I thought, relevant topics here for these graduate seminars, which look into the product development or product design and also operations management of the facade reverse logistics. So here we go, this is the consortium. I've got these all names, but also we have the industry associations, a number of companies, VMRG, I think this is in the Netherlands, and then this ASAFE is in Spain, and CAB is in the UK. So what is facade? So facade is a window, aluminium windows, and the function of a window is obviously to open up, open and close. That's the basic function. But recently, they put lots of features in these windows. For example, you've got the solar panel, solar control blinds, and then you have solar panels somewhere here with PVs. They also have LEDs, lots of different functions of this. And the way the window has been sold is also shifting or changing from sold as a product to be the product service systems. What is product service system? I'm going to talk about in a bit later. But you probably be thinking of why aluminium windows? What's the problem with this? Well, as you know, aluminium window is very strong, very robust, and very long-lasting, which means that it could reach, I don't know, about easily 20 or 30 years, which means that once this Windows is installed, it's unlikely to be dismantled until the window is broken. But again, aluminium is very, very strong. And also, looking into the raw materials of this aluminium, the raw material, the bauxite, is pretty much still abundant. You know, so a lot of bauxite we can still get it. The problem with that is the processing or the making of aluminium itself. As you know, it's very energy intensive. So the smelting process requires lots of energies, and therefore, in general, the primary production of aluminium is, it's less sustainable. And therefore, what we're trying to do is we're trying to utilize or to boost the production of secondary production of aluminium. And therefore, aluminium such as windows, if we find a way of being able to recover it, recycle it, then we will be able to to develop new windows all the time. Yeah, so that's the idea for being fashionable. Yeah, so we don't have to stick with windows that developed, I don't know, in the 60s maybe. There are a lot of buildings in the UK whose windows are developed in the 70s, and we've not changed it, and it looks very, very old. And therefore, the project is trying to look into improving secondary production of aluminium, and therefore we can be fashionable but also sustainable at the same time. So how do we do this? So basically, we're trying to take back so windows that we are producing, and then we distribute to the customers. We need to take it back. If possible, we reuse it, we repair, remanufacture, recycle, and this is the cycle of the reverse logistics. Yeah. So the idea of reverse logistics is trying to maximize the recovery value through reuse, repair, remanufacturing, rather than immediately recycling and landfilling. So what we could do, when we dismantle the window, we could simply dismantle it completely and then recycle it. But in this case, in this project, facade reverse logistics, we're trying to reuse it as much as possible. Now, the moment I said reuse as much as possible, it means that we're going to try to put it back quickly, which means that if we don't design it properly, if we don't design it for the purpose of being reused, then it would be very difficult to be reused. So that's the logic, isn't it? Now, the process of reusing it starts from, of course, deconstruction of these windows from certain buildings. As you can see here, the old building, 40 years old. And then the idea is to put this facade into another building. So deconstruction is the first one. And then after that, these windows will need to be collected. Now the question is, where do we collect and where are we going to store it temporarily? Because if you imagine, reverse logistics is the opposite cycle of the forward logistics, which means that if we are doing distribution on the forward logistics, we're going to be reversing it. We're going to be collecting it. So distribute, collect. And then after we collect it, we inspect, of course, sort, before we going to give this window the second life. So that's the idea. Quickly, we dismantle it, collecting it, and we give them a second life. So for that reason, the first aspect of reverse logistics is going to be understanding the roles of design and engineering. Because, like I said to you before, if we do not design with a mindset of a reverse logistic or the mindset of recovery or reuse, then it would be very difficult to do so. So the idea that we are looking at, for example, standards and commercial materials, we are doing component assembly before the main module assembly. So the idea, we have to do standardized materials, for us to be able to reuse and recover it later on. We have to make it as a components, and we have to be able to assemble it easily and also disassemble it later on. So here we have and then within the whole life cycle of the project, for example, from the product development, the use, we pick the area whereby then we can do the reverse logistics. So in this case, the end of life of application, the end of life of the product. And then, as I mentioned early on, need to be deconstructed, need to be collected, inspect, and then relife, given a relife option. And then we need to basically detail the process, because the process doesn't exist at the moment. So the project is designing this process so that windows, the old windows that was installed in this building, can be restored and then immediately installed in another building. And this is the most important part of this product development, which is the reverse logistics criteria. So there are 5 criteria: how we're going to separate the element, how accessibility to that element be defined, because if we cannot disassemble and access it, then it's going to be difficult. dimensioning it. So we have to have a standard dimension, standard measurements, standard interconnection and interfaces between components. Because if we do not have this, then again, it's going to be difficult to dismantle. And then all of this information is stored in the database, basically, and then allowing adjustability to that. So this is sort of, if you like, this project is defining or devising the design for reverse logistics steps or criteria. And then we provide some examples of this on how to do creation, assembling, and also disassembling quickly. Finally, we look into how these windows can be distributed. So the first work package here, if you like, is clearly looked after by our leader in this project, Delft. So Delft looking into how this is going to be distributed along the country. The second part, or the second work package that I'm going to share with you, is the reverse logistics itself, so the operations and supply chain issues. Now, this is my part. The work package looked after by Coventry University, and we are looking into how, in detail, reverse logistics is carried out. Yeah. So how this is the basic of reverse logistics. And again, we are looking into how, in detail, in terms of process, in terms of timing. So if you're familiar with time and motion studies, so we do that. We do time and motion studies in this work package. We want to know exactly how long it takes to dismantle, how long it takes to collect, how far the collection, and then where we're going to put this. So I forgot to mention to you before that in doing business, we want to try to improve, or we want to boost the profit. So the mathematical equation is pretty simple. Profit equals revenue minus cost. And as you imagine, the part of revenue generation is going to be on the business model, is it going to be on the product development, sales, and marketing. But don't forget that when we're doing this reverse logistics, we are pretty much dealing with the cost. So therefore, there are two sides of this presentation I'm going to show to you. The first part that we just heard was about how to improve or how to increase the revenue by creating materials or creating products that can be deconstructed easily. And then the second part is going to be looking into how we're going to reduce the cost. So imagine that after 20 years or after 10 years, we dismantle or deconstruct these windows. If the process of deconstruction taking longer than construction, then it doesn't make sense. The cost is going to be a lot more than in installation. That doesn't make sense too. So the idea is how we're going to reduce this cost. So how do we reduce this cost? These are at least 6 components or 6 aspects of operations and supply chain issues that we need to really think about when we construct the reverse logistics network or process. So the first one is the facility. I did mention to you before, when we dismantle or when we deconstruct the product, we collect it to a certain facility. But the question is, what are the roles of this facility? Where it is? What are the capacity? What are the volume that we can put this in this facility? When I talk about roles, is it going to be just the collection centers, or is it going to be also a repair centers? Considering that we have the 4 processes I mentioned early on. Yeah. And then the second part is the inventory. So as you know, we are now dealing with both brand new and also secondhand parts from our customers. So the question is, which part or which windows that can be built using what spare parts? Is it going to be brand new, or is it going to be secondhand? And what is the percentage of that? When we look into sourcing, this is to do with also spare parts. Where we're going to source it from? Is it going to be from our our suppliers, existing suppliers, or is it going to be from our customers? Because don't forget that at some points, because these windows still belongs to us to the OEM, then we need to take that windows back, which means that we need to track back which components that can be reused again in the future. And next one is the demand forecast. In the traditional ways of selling and product selling, we are always trying to forecast the demand of our customers. Yeah. But in this case, do we need to forecast the demand, or do we need to manage the demand? Because we know exactly what is going to be the demand, because it's going to be under contractual situations. I did mention early on about product service systems. Product service systems means that we are selling product and services at the same time, which means that typically the manufacturers or the providers of a certain product is not selling the product alone, but they are selling the functionalities of that product. And therefore, the product is usually owned by the manufacturers. And because the product is owned by the manufacturers, we are responsible to collect that product back. And finally, of course, the transportation and pricing. Transportation, I mentioned early on, the network. How is we going to collect it? In the case of distribution, it's obvious the large truck or lorry coming from the factories going to the warehouse, and in this warehouse we usually put it into warehouse or immediately cross-dock it to a smaller retailer using a smaller cars or truck. But in the case of collection, this is interesting because is it going to be collected individually from customers? How often we're going to collect it? Is it going to be project-based? Yeah, there are so many ways of collecting the product to the facility. If we're not careful, then what we want to avoid in this case is that we want to avoid the cost. Yeah. So we need to reduce. We need to think about how to reduce cost of transportation. Pricing is also interesting because then you are selling or you are providing both brand new and secondary product. What are the pricing strategy for that? We talk about the collaboration and competition in the very last slide. So just a quick one in terms of recovery networks. So these are, again, if we go into a bit more detail on how to design recovery networks. So these are the stuff that we're going to need to be thinking about. The degree of centralization. How are we going to centralize this network? Number of levels, links with other networks. Is it going to be open or closed loop network? Degree of branch collaboration, because different collection centers would be able to collaborate and cooperate to supply the spare parts. So imagine that we have so many collection centers spread across the country. How are we going to link from one another? Now, in terms of location model, it's just an illustration here whereby typically you have this distribution. So from one to many, that means distribute, isn't it? And then from one to many, so this is the distribution part. But then at the same time, or not the same time, but a moment later, we will need to be collecting these from our customers to a collection centers. So now the basic location models, which all in all trying to minimize the cost, would be very complex, or at least more complex than the distribution models. And in terms of inventory management, also quite interesting because then we have two sources of inventory, where it comes from existing inventory systems, from new customers, from the suppliers, and also from our customers. So from that customers, recoverable inventories, the good inventory can be reused, the poor inventory or poor spare parts will be disposed of. So, and that is the brand new parts coming from our procurement. The issue is, of course, that the inventory model is going to be more complex, and therefore there are two sort of ways that people trying to deal with this complexity. One is, of course, to develop more and more complex mathematical model, but on the other hand, on the other side, we're trying to reduce that complexity by, for example, having a better visibility of the returning parts. So nowadays they're using the smart code for each of these components. so that we can track it. We can track the age of these components. We can track where they are, so that when we are collecting them, we know exactly how much of this inventory we can get back from our customers. So again, there are two ways. One is to develop complex mathematical models to deal with the inventory. But secondly, we're trying to simplify that mathematical model, but then we are creating such an IT structure to be able to track and trace these materials or components. There we go. That's the collection and transport. Now we look at integration, deliveries and collections. So basically, when we do it, how are we going to do it? Is it going to be individual deliveries and collection, or is it going to be delivering and also collecting at the same time? When we're going to collect it, is it going to be periodic schedules, or is it going to be depends on the demand, call services, and so on? Yeah. And who's going to collect it? Is it going to be the same company, or is it going to be a third-party company? Right, so that's, I think I mentioned to you before already that this is one of the ways of developing or reducing the complexity of the mathematical models in operations and supply chain management here by using, for example, or by integrating the issues with, for example, the so-called BIM, or Building Information Modeling. What's interesting here is usually the traditional BIM, they do not have the visibility for the components that can be reprocessed in the future. So it would be nice if, for example, when we design the product, when we design this building, design this window, we know exactly what sort of grading of that materials we're going to use, how it's going to be reprocessed, and when, the age of that. So to end this presentations, when we work on this project, the reverse logistics project, mainly there are three things. The first one is, of course, the technical part of that, which includes the product development, how to design the 5 reverse logistic criteria to assess the product being recovered, the inclusions of building information modeling to track and trace the products over the long product life cycles. And also the second part is the first part, as you said, trying to increase the the revenue. The second part, the operational part, is trying to reduce the cost by looking into these issues of operations. But unfortunately, the last part is really important, but we didn't have time to look into a bit more detail in this project, which is the element of law. So the contractual. So we talk about the products of the systems, we create contract with our customers, but if we are working collaboratively in terms of providing these products of the systems, we need to have such a good contractual agreement between the providers of the systems. Yeah. So unfortunately, that this is our future work. So maybe in the future we can continue working on this one and on this project, and we are looking into the contractual aspect of it. So with that, I end my presentation. So I'm happy to take questions later on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Benny Cahyono, for very great presentations. And now we have 15 minutes for question and answer. I'm happy to listen from the audience if you have any questions to Professor Benny. And I'm very much happy if you can turn on your camera, everyone, so that we can communicate better to Professor Benny. Okay, now any questions? It seems Bu Rizky. Do you have any questions, Bu Rizky?
Actually, no, sir.
Okay, from anyone else, welcome to ask any kind of questions, or you might have also another topic to discuss. Anyone?
So the audience today are PhD students, I suppose, Pak?
Yeah, there are PhD students here. But as far as I know, they are coming from different backgrounds.
Yes.
Maybe necessarily from supply chain management, so it's my art to ask questions. Anyone? there is no questions. If there is no question, I might ask questions probably.
Oh, okay.
That's my curiosity. Anyone else first? Ibu Ida, Ayu, Iputu, M. Iko, Pak Fawaz, Ibu Siti Saada. There are many actually. Around 30 audience. Pak Febrianto. Okay, I'm wondering, probably later on, some of them might have questions. I'm wondering about this one, Professor Benny, because I'm very much interested in the business model.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you say before that is basically, yeah, of course, to increase profit, we need to increase revenue and reduce cost. But basically in Indonesia, as far as I know, if we recycle a product, kind of facade and this kind of things, it becomes rongsokan. Probably you still remember rongsokan, barang rongsokan, and so on and so forth. It seems to me the price is not so high. While when I reading the papers from this one from their university and so on and so forth, seems like, and also from your presentation, it seems like the cost is a bit high. Yeah, you have, of course, you have 6 strategies, but how this kind of idea can be implemented in Indonesia and we can still make profit?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Pak Dede. So it's very, very interesting questions here, and it's absolutely right. The issue of pricing is very critical, very sensitive in this project. And they know, I mean, when I said they, means the architect, the product developers, they know that the very important or very critical here is how this product can was developed at the first place, in the sense that the chosen or the selection of materials, the selection of the method of assembly, the design of the product, that has to support the disassemble process. And also, what makes it a bit easier here is that because the manufacturers will also the disassembler, so then they know exactly on how to disassemble, and they have to know, because if they do not know how to do it, then that will, of course, increase the product, and because increase the price. I'm sorry. So, and because of that, then that's the very important key is to be able to disassemble very quickly and easily. Because if you do not do it, then it will break the product. And another way on how to deal with that complexity is by using the standardized measurement, and that's also key in this project. They are, I think, I'm not entirely sure, and they are trying to keep pushing the standardized measurements and sizes for these windows so that it can easily be swapped around. Because the idea is that we do not want to jump to recycle. We want to, when we talk about circular economy, there are lots of cycles there, circles. And the further away, or the lowest value, is going to be recycled. Yeah. And if we're not careful and we jump the reuse, the remanufacture, repair cycles, then the value of our product will be very low. So that's what we want to avoid. Now, coming back to the 2 areas there, the method of assembly and also the selection of materials and standardization of features. So these are the 3 important key or criteria for design for recovery.
Thank you very much, Prof. Benny.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from audience? I'm happy to have this kind of discussions, but I also allow anyone to involve in this discussion as well. Anyone else? Ibu Maya Rosa. Pak Riyandi, do you have any questions?
Yes, maybe I want to ask, maybe just beginner. So I want to ask about, I little know about the cost of life cycle cost, and when you have a new insight, how you apply for this cost.
Yeah, that's also interesting. Sorry, Pak, please go on. Are you finished? Sorry.
Yes, I want to know about it.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. So life cycle cost, this is very important for the providers of product service systems, because as we are no longer selling the product, we need to be able to calculate this cost over a long life cycle, or throughout the life cycle of the product. And the cost itself is not just the cost of product or the materials or the component itself, but also cost of the process, dismantling process, installation process, and so on. So it is part of this project, so we have to be able to calculate. But unfortunately, it's not standardized yet. So different contractor, they have different. It's like garage or repair of your car. In some garages, they have a standardized process. For example, if you want to replace your brake pads, it takes half an hour each, and then you take off the brake calipers another half an hour. So everything seems to be standardized. So now this consortium is trying to standardize the dismantling costs, so that then we know if we dismantle it 3 times and we use it 3 times in different buildings, we know exactly how much it costs. And then we can add the distance of that, the different type of buildings. So we know we can plan upfront. Of course, it's the more buildings or the longer the products that you're going to use is going to be more difficult, it's going to be more complicated. And therefore, you need computer systems to manage this, to manage this process. And that's the reason why one way is to do that is to integrate it into the building information modeling. And therefore, we can then keep all the information, we can track it, we can trace it over a long period of time. Yeah. So that's one of the part that is also carried out by the consortium.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, is there any others? Other questions from audience, please. Okay, I'm continuing, Pak.
Okay, please.
I mean, this is very interesting for me because I like business model actually, as I said to you before. But I mean, once you the last answer from you responding, Pak Riandi, is related to the life cycle cost and so on and so forth. But it seems to me that in Indonesia is less standardized. That is one thing. Another one is, seems if we compare to Europe, there are more regulations compared to Indonesia. Indonesia can build, and I don't care with the waste that we create, and so on and so forth. But economically, do we need, if we introduce this kind of idea, circular economy in the building material and so on, industry, it seems to me that do we need to have like a subsidy, subsidy, yeah.
Subsidy
from governments, because it seems like the cost is so high, and then we are not started from the beginning to create like very well standardized product system and so on and so forth. What do you think?
Very, very good question, Pak Dedi. So absolutely. So in Europe, in fact, in Europe, we're still working towards this area. Netherlands, to be fair, they are much more advanced in government's policy, government's regulations for that. And yes, there has to be carrots and there has to be stick as well. So carrots mean incentives from the government, sticks means the regulation, the law, if you're not doing it. In the UK, in Spain, and other parts, I'm not sure about France, to be honest, but in the UK, still, these companies are thinking, they know that the idea is a very good idea, but going into full-fledged of reverse logistics and circularity, they know that it requires commitment, requires a lot of investment, and without a clear commitment or clear incentive from the government, many of these, particularly the small and medium companies, if you look at the whole association, I mentioned to you before, the Council of Aluminium Buildings, which means the association of companies who makes the components, makes the materials, the basic materials, the contractor, the manufacturers, they are all in this association. And therefore, there are large organizations, large companies, there are small companies. The smaller companies in particular, they would need to be really, they said to us, it's really, we need to be really careful when we move on to this, because selling, by nature, selling is the lowest risk. Because when you sell, let's say goodbye, we only give you warranty, sort of one year warranty, but afterwards it's goodbye, isn't it? But if we are committed to keep the product longer in circulation for 20 years, then you really need to be committed for 20 years. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not easy to, and that's the reason why, as I said in my last presentation, contractual element is really very important. And this is what they said to us. So we developed this project along with industry, and therefore we want their input to our project. And they certainly, yes, the technicalities, I think we can deal with that. Operational issues, a bit more difficult, but I think we can deal with that. But the contractual, we need to really think about it. How are we going to work together? How are we going to know each other's roles and responsibilities so that then to deal with the long period of time, we can still run the business. And who knows, in 5 years' time, one of these companies goes bankrupt, and who's going to look after that?
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Pak Yaki?
Yes, from me, Pak Dede, Prof. Benny. My field is metallurgy. Yeah, I saw in one of your slides you talk about aluminum recycling. Perhaps as you know that the main cost of aluminum production is energy cost. Yeah,
primary, yes.
Currently, there is a sentiment, a global sentiment, a global trend to utilize green energy. Yeah. Of course, green energies must not necessarily the cheapest one. I would like to listen your opinion and also the trend in Europe regarding this utilizations of green energy, especially for metal productions, including recycling, in association with the cost, and the profit of the project. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Saki. So yes, I totally agree with you that everybody's anywhere in the world, I think the energy cost is rising recently, especially with the pressure from the green energy. We say, okay, we can move to green, but the green energy is still expensive. It's not cheap. The only cheap is probably one type of clean. May not be green, but clean definitely. But many countries in Europe probably not thinking about it, only France probably. Coming back to the issues of primary production, absolutely agree with you. That's the reason why we try to avoid primary production. We only produce once, if possible. We make one window, but we can reuse it over and over and over. Because we know, even though we know that recycling takes less energy than primary production, but still we need energy for that. So I think the best, well, not the best, but the best possible way forward, according to us, is going to be reuse. So this project is about reusing what's been designed before, so that they can easily be installed in different buildings. So we achieve our goal. We can still fashionable. We can change our clothes. We can change our shirt. But then we don't buy more shirts all the time. We use the same shirt. We probably take out the front part of the shirt. We swap it with different shirt. We swap the back part. and so on and so forth. So we're trying to mix and match like that. So again, your point there, even in Europe, energy is very expensive, especially if we depend on gas. It depends on the only thing that we can get more cheaply is by nuclear, obviously, but not many countries are moving into that direction yet.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Zaki. Are there any questions? Prof. Supriyadi, do you have any question, Prof? Or from other audience? Okay, if there is no, I'm a bit opportunistic. I use this kind of opportunity to ask even last question. Sorry, Prof.
Yeah, please.
I'm interested. I still remember once you are in SBM at that times, I asked a question related, but at that times there is no opportunity to ask product service systems. It seems this product service system, it seems this is also crucial because if, for example, as a company, they have control not only product but service, and then they have to be committed for long terms. It seems like product service system is very crucial concept for company to be adopted in order to be profitable or sustainable. What do you think? The last problem.
I have to be careful here because not many companies can lend themselves to product service systems. Companies such as Rolls-Royce, and the reason why they can do it because obviously the profit margin is high.
Yeah.
So typically those companies who have high profit margin, they can easily move to product service systems because the risk is absorbed within this high profit margin.
Oh, yes.
So the companies who operate as a tight profit margin is going to find a lot more difficult to deal with that risk.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Benny, for your good idea in lighting and so on and so forth. But I think now the time is over. Once again, thank you very much for Professor Benny. Great appreciation for you. And also thank you very much for the audience. I think that's it for me. And I will give back to the moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Benny.
Thank you. Thank you.
From studio, is there anyone to close these sessions or how should we operate it? Seems like, yeah, I think that's it probably, Prof. Benny. We are again, thank you very much. And we are going to continue to the other sessions. Thank you once again, Professor Benny. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last part of our conference today. We invite the head of the Institution of Research and Community Services, ITB, to wrap up our discussion. Please welcome Dr. Yuli Dartono.
Dean of School of Graduate Studies of ITB, Professor Supriyadi, Chair of the first ITB Graduate School Conference, Professor Zaki Mubarak, our respected keynote speakers, Professor Yoshiharu Matsura from Osaka University, Japan, Dr. Taufik Hidayat from ITB, Professor Benny Cahyono from Coventry University, UK, representative of the Indonesian Consulate in Osaka, Japan, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have come to the end of the first ITB Graduate School Conference. We hope that this event has been fruitful. This conference has been registered about 116 participants. There are 48 oral presenters and 84 poster presenters that can be viewed in the virtual venue. not only from Indonesia. This conference was also participated by international college from Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Today's keynote speakers are from Japan, Indonesia, and United Kingdom. We are very grateful for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizing committee of this International Graduate School Conference collaborates with 8 reputable scientific journals with various scope of research. The submitted manuscripts are peer-reviewed. The Indonesian graduate students who receive the accepted decision of the manuscript may be benefit in this event. The published articles can be further claimed for the thesis defense exam. The organization of this conference also resulted in a new conference and journal manager platform, namely Paper Hub, that give advantage to organize conference in a systematic way, as well as to monitor the dashboard of manuscript status. ITB Institute of Research and Community Services, or LPPM, continuously supports the development of our scientific journals and serves as a platform for disseminating the research results. We do hope that this conference activity can still continue and support the advancement of science and technology in Indonesia. Last but not least, of course, we thank you once again, including all of the committee members, for your participation, and see you in the next year, inshallah. We wish everyone has a great health and prosperous life. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the previous closing remarks has designated that the first ITB Graduate School Conference 2021 has come to an end. Thank you for your attention and see you next year.
Izin pamit Prof. Beni. Sebenarnya sudah selesai semua.
Izin, mari.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak-Bapak Ibu semua.